Tonight, before you fall asleep, I invite you to listen, not as a student, not as someone trying to understand something complicated, but simply as a human being who has lived another long day. Perhaps today was busy. Perhaps it was quiet, yet heavy in ways no one else could see. Perhaps your mind is still replaying conversations, worries, small regrets, or plans for tomorrow. If so, you are not alone. The Buddha never taught Dharma only in monasteries or deep forests. He taught it in marketplaces, on dusty roads, in family homes, through ordinary moments, through walking, eating, speaking, waiting, and resting. And tonight, we will explore the Dharma in exactly that way. Not through abstract philosophy, not through complex doctrines, but through simple stories drawn from everyday life. Stories that might remind you of yourself. Stories that gently reflect your own experiences back to you, like moonlight reflected on still water. So for now, allow your body to soften. If you are lying down, let the weight of your head sink into the pillow. If you are sitting, let your shoulders drop, your jaw loosen, your breath slow down naturally. You do not need to control anything. Just listen. In Buddhism, there is a quiet understanding. That wisdom does not always arrive loudly. Often, it arrives softly, in moments we almost overlook. A short conversation at a bus stop, a cup of tea growing cold in your hands, a small irritation that appears and disappears, a moment of kindness that lingers longer than expected. Tonight's stories are not about monks from ancient times, nor about miracles or supernatural events. They are about people like us, people who hurry, people who worry, people who love, lose hope, and feel tired at the end of the day. Through these stories, we will gently explore core Buddhist teachings: impermanence, attachment, mindfulness, compassion, and letting go. Not as ideas to memorize, but as truths to feel, to recognize, and to rest within. There is nothing you need to achieve by listening. You don't need to remember every word. You don't need to stay awake until the end. If your mind wanders, that is okay. If sleep slowly comes, that is even better. The Dharma does not disappear when you sleep. Sometimes it settles more deeply when the thinking mind finally rests. As we move forward, each story will unfold slowly, like a quiet walk at dusk. No rush, no pressure, only gentle reflections, soft pauses, and space for your breath to guide you toward rest. So let us begin with the first story. A simple moment, an ordinary day, and a small misunderstanding that quietly reveals a profound teaching about clinging and peace. Take one slow breath in, and as you breathe out, allow yourself to enter Story 1. The cup that was never warm enough. It was still early in the morning when David stopped by the small cafe near his apartment. The cafe had been there for years. Nothing special, no fancy sign, no music loud enough to attract attention. Just a quiet place with a few wooden tables, a counter that showed signs of age, and a barista who had been making coffee the same way for as long as anyone could remember. David came here almost every day, not because the coffee was exceptional, but because it was familiar. That morning, however, something felt slightly off. David stood in line, scrolling through his phone, already thinking about the meeting he would have in an hour. His mind was moving faster than his body, jumping ahead, rehearsing conversations that had not yet happened. When it was his turn, he ordered what he always ordered. "A medium latte, please." The barista nodded, said nothing, and began preparing the drink. David stepped aside and waited. As he waited, he glanced at the clock on the wall. Still enough time, he told himself. No need to rush. But when the barista placed the cup on the counter, David felt a subtle flicker of disappointment. The cup felt lighter than usual. He picked it up, took a small sip. It wasn't hot enough, not cold, just not as warm as he expected. David frowned. He stood there for a moment, cup in hand, feeling an unexpected irritation rise inside him. Why is it never consistent? I come here every day. They should know how I like it by now. The irritation was small, almost insignificant, but it was real. He considered saying something. He imagined himself politely asking for it to be reheated. He imagined the barista's reaction. He imagined the slight delay it would cause. And suddenly, the cafe felt different. The warm, quiet space now felt slightly uncomfortable. David sighed and walked to his usual table by the window. He sat down, placed the cup in front of him, and stared at it. Steam rose gently from the surface, but not as much as he wanted. As he stared, his thoughts continued. I pay for this. It's not that hard. Why do small things like this keep happening? He took another sip. Still not right. And yet, he kept drinking. As he drank, he noticed something else. The irritation didn't fade, it lingered. Even as his body warmed, his mind remained tense. His shoulders felt tight, his jaw clenched slightly, all because of a cup of coffee. At the table next to him, an elderly man sat quietly with a simple black coffee. No lid, no sugar, just a cup, and both hands wrapped around it. The man wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't watching the clock. He simply sat there, breathing slowly, occasionally lifting the cup, taking a sip, and then placing it back down with care. David noticed this without meaning to. For a brief moment, his irritation paused. He watched how the old man held the cup, not tightly, not carelessly, but gently, as if the warmth itself was something to be respected, not demanded. The old man smiled softly to himself, not because of anything in particular, just content. David looked back at his own cup. Same coffee, same morning, same cafe. Yet the experiences were completely different. David suddenly realized something uncomfortable. The coffee was not the real problem. The problem was the picture in his mind, an image of how the coffee should be, how the morning should go, how small things should align perfectly to support his plans. And when reality didn't match that image, even by a small degree, his mind tightened. In Buddhism, this tightening has a name: clinging. Clinging to expectations, clinging to preferences, clinging to the belief that comfort should arrive exactly as imagined. David didn't know these words yet, but he could feel the truth of them in his body. He took another sip. This time, he didn't judge it. He simply felt the warmth that was there. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. His shoulders relaxed slightly. His breath slowed. The irritation softened, not because the coffee changed, but because something inside him loosened. Outside the window, people passed by, each carrying their own mornings, their own small disappointments, their own unseen expectations. David realized how often his peace depended on tiny conditions: temperature, timing, other people's actions, and how fragile that peace was. He finished the coffee slowly, not rushing, not complaining, just drinking. As he stood up to leave, he caught a glimpse of the old man again. Their eyes met briefly. The old man nodded just once. No words. David nodded back. And as he stepped out into the street, he felt something unusual. Not happiness, not excitement, but a quiet understanding beginning to form. An understanding that the Buddha once pointed to long ago. That suffering does not always come from great losses, but often from small resistances to the way things already are. And this understanding was only just beginning. In the next part of this story, a conversation later that day will gently deepen this lesson, revealing how clinging hides even in our kindest intentions. Later that day, David found himself thinking about the cafe again. Not because of the coffee, but because of the feeling that had followed him out into the street. That small softening inside. It stayed with him longer than he expected. By the afternoon, work had taken over his attention. Emails arrived, meetings unfolded, voices overlapped in conference rooms filled with artificial light. Yet beneath it all, something had shifted. When a colleague interrupted him mid-sentence, he noticed the familiar spark of irritation, and then something else. Space. A pause. He didn't react immediately. He listened. The irritation faded on its own, like steam dissolving into air. David was surprised. He had always believed patience was something you forced, something you did. But this felt different. It felt like not holding so tightly. That evening, on his way home, David stopped at a grocery store. He wasn't hungry, just restless. Inside, the store was crowded. A long line had formed at the checkout. David sighed quietly and joined the end of it. In front of him stood a young woman with a basket full of items. She kept glancing at her phone, then at the cashier, then back at her phone again, clearly in a hurry. When it was her turn, she smiled politely at the cashier and said, "I'm sorry. Could you please hurry a bit? I'm running late." Her voice was kind. Her words were polite, but David noticed the tension beneath them. The cashier nodded and moved faster, hands scanning items with practiced efficiency. Still, the line didn't move as quickly as the woman hoped. Her foot tapped lightly against the floor. Her breath grew shallow. David watched this quietly. He recognized it. The same feeling he had with the coffee. The same subtle resistance. The desire for the moment to be different than it was. And then something unexpected happened. The cashier paused. One item wouldn't scan. She tried again and again. The machine beeped softly, uncooperative. The woman's smile tightened. "It's okay," she said quickly, though her voice betrayed her. David felt the familiar pull to side with her. This is inconvenient. Time matters. But instead, he noticed his breath. In, out. The pause didn't feel heavy this time. It felt neutral, almost gentle. The cashier apologized and fixed the issue. The woman paid and rushed out without another word. As David stepped forward, the cashier looked tired. "Long day?" David asked softly. She smiled, relieved by the question. "Always," she said. David didn't say much else. He paid, thanked her, and walked outside. The sky was beginning to darken. Street lights flickered on one by one. As he walked home, David reflected on what he had seen. The woman hadn't been unkind. She hadn't been rude. Her request came from a reasonable place. And yet, her suffering was still there. Not because of the delay, but because of the need for things to go a certain way. In Buddhism, this is one of the most subtle forms of attachment. Not attachment to objects, not attachment to people, but attachment to outcomes, to timing, to efficiency, to the idea that life should cooperate with our inner schedule. David realized how often he wrapped his expectations in politeness. How often he told himself, "I'm not attached, I'm just being reasonable." But the body always knew the truth. Tight shoulders, shallow breath, a restless mind. That night, at home, David made himself a cup of tea. He didn't rush. He poured the water and watched the steam rise. He waited. When he took the first sip, it was too hot. He smiled. He set the cup down and waited again. When he finally drank, it was warm, but not perfect. And somehow, that was enough. He sat quietly, feeling the warmth spread through his chest. In that stillness, an understanding settled gently into him. Peace does not come from arranging the world correctly. It comes from meeting the world without grasping, from allowing moments to be incomplete, from letting go of the silent demand that life perform for us. The Buddha taught that suffering begins where clinging begins, and clinging can be as small as wanting a cup to be warmer, a line to move faster, a moment to obey our plans. As David prepared for bed, he felt lighter, not because life had changed, but because his grip had loosened. And in that loosening, there was rest. A rest deeper than comfort. A rest that did not depend on conditions. This was the quiet lesson of the cup that was never warm enough, and it would follow him gently into sleep. That night, as David lay in bed, the room was quiet. No music, no television. Only the soft hum of the city breathing in the distance. He closed his eyes, but sleep did not come immediately. Instead, memories from the day returned, not as sharp thoughts, but as gentle impressions. The cafe, the grocery store, the cup of tea cooling slowly in his hands. David noticed something subtle. When he did not resist these memories, they did not disturb him. They came and they went. His breath moved naturally. In Buddhism, there is a simple teaching that often goes unnoticed. Whatever we do not cling to cannot disturb us for long. David rested his attention on his breath, not controlling it, not shaping it, just feeling the rise and fall. With each exhale, his body softened a little more. And with that softness, he began to see more clearly. He saw how often his mind reached forward into the next moment, the next task, the next improvement, always adjusting, always correcting, even when nothing was truly wrong. He realized that much of his tiredness did not come from doing too much, but from wanting things to be slightly different than they were. A quieter room, a faster response, a warmer cup, a smoother day. Each desire was small, but together they formed a constant tension. The Buddha once compared this kind of desire to holding a rope that is slowly burning, not painful enough to drop immediately, but painful enough to exhaust us over time. As David lay there, he imagined his hands slowly opening, not forcing anything away, just loosening, breath by breath. He noticed how the body knows how to rest when the mind stops interfering. The jaw unclenched, the tongue rested, the muscles around the eyes softened. In that state, even unfinished thoughts lost their urgency. They no longer needed answers. They simply drifted. David sensed that this was not something to practice only at night. This letting go could happen anywhere. In lines, in conversations, in moments of waiting. Not as indifference, but as acceptance. A quiet willingness to meet life as it arrives. This, he understood, was not giving up. It was waking up. Waking up to the truth that peace is not found in perfect conditions, but in a relaxed relationship with imperfect ones. As sleep finally approached, David felt grateful, not for a perfect day, but for a clear moment of seeing. And as his awareness faded, one gentle insight remained, like a whisper. Nothing needs to be different for rest to begin. The breath became slower. The space between thoughts widened, and David slipped into sleep, not holding on to anything. As you rest here, listening, you might begin to notice your own small expectations. The way the mind quietly says, "This should be easier," or "I'll relax once this is finished." And perhaps, like David, you are beginning to sense how subtle these movements are. In the next story, we will follow another ordinary moment. Not in a cafe, not in a store, but inside a family home. A simple evening. A conversation between two people who care about each other. And through a misunderstanding that feels very familiar, the Buddha's teaching on right speech and compassionate listening will slowly reveal itself. For now, stay where you are. Let the body rest. Let the breath flow naturally. And when you are ready, we will gently begin Story 2. The words that were meant to help. It was evening when Emma arrived home. The house was quiet in that familiar way that only comes after a long day. Not peaceful exactly, just still, holding the leftover weight of hours spent apart. She placed her bag down gently, took off her shoes, and walked into the kitchen. The light above the table was on. Daniel was sitting there, scrolling through his phone, a half-finished plate of food in front of him. "You're late," he said, without looking up. Emma paused, not because the words were harsh, but because they landed heavier than she expected. "Work ran long," she replied calmly, though her shoulders tightened. Daniel nodded. "Oh, just that. No question, no follow-up." Emma moved to the counter and poured herself a glass of water. As she drank, her mind began to fill in the silence. "He sounds annoyed. He thinks I don't care. He doesn't understand how hard today was." Daniel, meanwhile, was thinking something else entirely. "She must be exhausted. I don't want to overwhelm her with questions. I'll give her space." Two people, same room, very different inner worlds. Emma sat down across from him. She waited for him to speak. He didn't. The silence stretched, not empty, but tense. Finally, Daniel looked up. "You should really try to come home earlier," he said gently. "It's not good for you to work like this." Emma felt a sudden heat rise in her chest. There it was. Advice, concern, wrapped in suggestion. She knew he meant well, and yet something inside her recoiled. "I don't choose to stay late," she replied. Her voice was sharper than she intended. "You think I enjoy it?" Daniel blinked. "That's not what I meant." "It's how it sounds," Emma said. The air between them thickened. Daniel leaned back slightly, confused. "I'm just worried about you," he said. "You've been tired lately." Emma crossed her arms. "And I'm tired of being told what I should do," she replied. Silence returned. This time, heavier. Both of them felt misunderstood. Both of them felt unseen. In Buddhism, there is a teaching about speech that is often misunderstood. Right speech is not only about saying the correct words, it is about timing, tone, intention, and perhaps most importantly, about whether the other person is ready to receive what we say. Daniel's words came from care. Emma's reaction came from exhaustion. Neither was wrong. And yet, suffering had appeared, not because of cruelty, but because of a small gap between intention and reception. Emma stared at the table. She felt tears rise, unexpected and unwelcome. "I had a really hard day," she said quietly. Daniel's posture softened immediately. "Oh," he said, "just that. One word." But this time, it landed differently. He put his phone down. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't ask." Emma nodded, still looking down. The moment shifted, not resolved, not fixed, but softened. In the Buddha's teachings, this is where mindfulness begins. Not at the moment of harmony, but right in the middle of misunderstanding. When we notice the tightening, when we feel the urge to defend, when we sense the pain beneath our words. Emma took a slow breath. Daniel waited. Neither spoke. And in that pause, something important was happening. They were beginning to listen, not just to each other, but to the discomfort inside themselves. This story does not end with perfect communication, because life rarely does. But in the next part, a simple realization will quietly unfold, revealing how true compassion often begins by listening without trying to fix. The silence between Emma and Daniel did not feel empty anymore. It felt careful, as if both of them were standing near something fragile, unsure whether to step closer or pull away. Emma's breath was still uneven. She hadn't planned to say anything else, but the tears in her eyes had softened something inside her. "I didn't mean to snap at you," she said quietly. "I'm just really tired." Daniel nodded slowly. "I know," he replied. "I should have asked how you were before saying anything." He didn't explain himself further. He didn't defend his intention. He simply let the words rest. In Buddhism, this kind of pause is deeply meaningful. The Buddha taught that suffering often grows not from what is said, but from what is added afterward. The justifications, the defenses, the need to be right. Daniel felt that urge rise inside him. The urge to clarify, to explain that he only wanted to help, to be understood. And then he noticed it, the tension in his chest, the subtle tightening of his jaw. He let it pass. Instead, he listened, not just to Emma's words, but to the tiredness behind them. Emma continued slowly. "Today, my manager criticized my work in front of everyone," she said. "I kept smiling, but inside I just wanted to disappear." Daniel felt something shift. He hadn't known this. Suddenly, the evening looked different. The late arrival, the quiet entrance, the sensitivity, all of it made sense now. "I'm sorry that happened," he said softly. No advice, no solution, just presence. Emma exhaled. Her shoulders dropped. It wasn't that the problem was solved. but the weight was shared. In Buddhist practice, this is sometimes called compassionate listening. Listening without trying to change the moment. Listening without planning the next sentence. Just being there. Emma noticed the difference immediately. She felt less alone. Less like she had to defend herself. Less like she had to explain why she was tired. She leaned back in her chair. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. The clock on the wall ticked quietly. Outside, a car passed by, its sound fading into the distance. Emma closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, she said something unexpected. "I think sometimes I just want you to hear me," she said, "not help me." Daniel smiled gently. "I can do that," he said, and he meant it. The Buddha taught that right speech begins with right listening. Before words can heal, ears must be open. Before advice can help, the heart must feel safe. Daniel realized how often he spoke to ease his own discomfort, how quickly he offered solutions to avoid sitting with someone else's pain. He had thought this was kindness, but now he saw another form of compassion, the courage to stay present without fixing. Emma felt something else too. She realized how quickly she assumed criticism, how past experiences shaped her reactions, how her tiredness colored his words. Neither blamed the other. There was no need. They were simply seeing more clearly. The conversation drifted to lighter things after that, not forced, not cheerful, just gentle. Later, as they prepared for bed, Emma felt calmer than she had all evening. The day had not changed, but the way it was held had. As she lay down, she thought about how many arguments begin this way, with care, with good intentions, and how easily they turn into suffering when listening is lost. In Buddhism, peace in relationships does not come from perfect words. It comes from awareness of timing, of tone, of the inner state of both speaker and listener. Emma turned onto her side. Her breath slowed. The heaviness in her chest eased. And as sleep approached, one quiet insight remained. Sometimes, the most compassionate thing we can say is nothing at all. In the next part of this story, a small moment the following morning will gently complete this lesson, showing how mindful speech continues even after silence. Morning arrived quietly. Soft light filtered through the curtains, touching the edges of the room without asking for attention. Emma woke before the alarm. She lay still for a moment, listening. The house felt different than the night before, not because anything dramatic had changed, but because something unresolved had softened instead of hardened. She noticed her breath, slow, natural. There was no tightness in her chest, No replaying of the conversation, just a gentle awareness of being awake. In the kitchen, Daniel was already up. He stood by the counter making tea. When Emma entered, he looked up and smiled. Not a big smile, just a simple one. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning," she replied. They moved around each other easily without needing to explain anything. Daniel poured the tea and placed a cup in front of her. He didn't comment on how late she had come home the night before. He didn't ask about work. He simply let the morning be what it was. Emma wrapped her hands around the cup. The warmth was steady, comforting. As she took a sip, she felt something else. Gratitude. Not the dramatic kind, just a quiet appreciation for being met without pressure. She looked at Daniel. "Thank you for listening last night," she said. He nodded. "I'm learning," he replied. They sat together in silence for a while. Not awkward, not heavy. In Buddhism, silence is not the absence of communication. It is often its most honest form. Daniel noticed how peaceful this silence felt compared to the silence the night before. One had been filled with assumptions. The other was filled with presence. He realized something important. Right speech does not end when the conversation stops. It continues in what we choose not to say, in the pauses, in the restraint, in the awareness of another person's inner weather. Emma noticed this too. She felt how safe it was to be around someone who did not rush to correct or improve her. She thought about how often she spoke from fatigue, how many times she reacted before listening, and she saw, gently, that she was learning as well. They finished their tea. The day waited ahead of them with its usual demands, but something had shifted. Not the world, the way they met it. Before leaving, Daniel said, "Have a good day." No advice, no reminder, just kindness. Emma smiled. "You too." As the door closed behind her, she carried the feeling with her, the understanding that connection grows not from perfect communication, but from awareness. The Buddha taught that words have power. They can harm, they can heal, but they can only do either when we are present. Right speech is not about always knowing what to say. It is about knowing when to speak and when to simply listen. And as Emma stepped into the morning light, this teaching stayed with her quietly, like a gentle companion. As you rest here, listening, you may begin to notice your own conversations, the ones that went well, and the ones that still echo softly in your mind. Perhaps you are seeing how much depends not on the words themselves, but on the state of the heart that speaks. and the heart that listens. In the next story, we will step into another ordinary moment, a place where many of us spend time every day, a moment of waiting, of impatience, of subtle restlessness. And through this simple experience, the Buddha's teaching on mindfulness of the present moment will quietly unfold. For now, let your body rest. Let the breath move freely. And when you are ready, we will begin Story 3. The quiet lesson of waiting. The bus stop was crowded but quiet, not silent, just filled with the soft sounds of waiting. Footsteps shifting, a bag being adjusted on a shoulder, the distant hum of traffic moving somewhere else. Lynn stood near the edge of the shelter, phone in hand. She checked the screen. 5 minutes late. She sighed. It had been a long day, and all she wanted was to get home. Her body felt heavy. Her mind felt restless. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other and looked down the road, as if the bus might appear faster if she stared hard enough. It didn't. Around her, other people waited in their own ways. A man paced back and forth, glancing repeatedly at his watch. A teenager leaned against the glass, headphones on, eyes half closed. An elderly woman sat on the bench, hands folded in her lap, looking straight ahead. Lynn felt the familiar tightening inside. Why is it always late when I'm tired? I don't have time for this. She opened her phone again, scrolling without reading. Her breath was shallow. Her shoulders crept upward without her noticing. In Buddhism, waiting is often where the mind reveals itself most clearly. When there is nothing to do, nothing to fix, nothing to achieve. Just time, and the way we meet it. The bus still hadn't arrived. Lynn leaned against the pole and closed her eyes for a brief moment, not to meditate, just to rest them. And in that small pause, she noticed something. The ground beneath her feet was solid. The air on her skin was cool. Her breath was still moving, even though she hadn't been paying attention to it. She opened her eyes slowly. The elderly woman on the bench caught her attention. She wasn't looking at the road. She wasn't checking the time. She simply sat there, breathing calmly, as if waiting was not an interruption, but the moment itself. Lynn watched her without realizing it. The woman's face was relaxed, not bored, not tense, just present. This stirred something gentle inside Lynn. She put her phone away. She felt her feet again. One breath in, one breath out. The irritation didn't disappear completely, but it softened. The Buddha taught that impatience is not caused by waiting. It is caused by resisting the present moment. Lynn felt how much energy she had been spending wishing the moment away. How tired that resistance felt. She leaned back slightly and let her shoulders drop. The sounds around her became clearer. a bird calling from somewhere above, the low murmur of voices behind her, the wind brushing past. The bus was still late, but something inside her was no longer rushing. She realized she had been waiting her whole life for moments to end, waiting for work to finish, waiting for traffic to move, waiting for feelings to pass. And in doing so, she had missed so many small moments of being alive. The bus stop didn't change. The time didn't move faster. But Lynn's relationship with the moment did. She felt herself arriving, not at home, but right here. In the next part of this story, a small interaction at the bus stop will gently deepen this insight, revealing how mindfulness often appears when we stop fighting time. The bus still had not arrived. Time seemed to stretch, not forward, but outward. Lynn remained where she was, feeling the weight of her body settle more evenly into the ground. She noticed how different the waiting felt now. Earlier, every second had felt like an obstacle. Now, it felt like space. The elderly woman on the bench shifted slightly and reached into her bag. She pulled out a small handkerchief and gently wiped her hands, moving slowly, carefully. Lynn watched without judgment, without comparison, just watching. A few moments later, the woman looked up and smiled at her. Not a wide smile, just a soft one. "You look tired," the woman said gently. Lynn hesitated for a second, then nodded. "I am," she replied. The woman patted the bench beside her. "Sit," she said. "The bus will come when it comes." Lynn almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was true in a way she rarely allowed herself to accept. She sat down. The bench was cool beneath her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Cars passed. Leaves rustled. The world continued, unbothered by their waiting. "I used to hate waiting," the woman said suddenly, still looking ahead. "I thought it was wasted time." Lynn listened. "I always felt like I should be somewhere else," the woman continued, "doing something more important." She paused, then added softly, "But my body taught me otherwise." Lynn didn't ask what she meant. She didn't need to. The woman rested her hands in her lap. "When you get older," she said, "you learn that rushing doesn't make life longer." Her words were simple, not philosophical, but they settled deeply. Lynn felt them land in her chest, warm and steady. She thought about how often she rushed, even when there was nowhere to go. How often she lived just ahead of herself. She noticed her breath again, slower now, deeper. The woman closed her eyes briefly, as if savoring the moment. In Buddhist mindfulness, this is called being with what is, not improving it, not escaping it, just being. The bus finally appeared in the distance. headlights glowing softly. Lynn noticed something surprising. She wasn't relieved. She wasn't excited. She was simply ready. As the bus pulled up, people stood and gathered their things. The woman rose slowly. "Have a good evening," she said to Lynn. "You too," Lynn replied. They boarded the bus and went their separate ways. Lynn found a seat by the window. As the bus moved, she watched the lights pass by, one after another. Her body felt heavy in a pleasant way. Her mind was quiet. She realized something important. Waiting had not been the problem. Her refusal to be present had been. The Buddha taught that peace is always available in this moment, but we often postpone it, waiting for conditions to improve. Lynn rested her head against the window. The movement of the bus rocked her gently. She felt sleep approaching, and as her eyes closed, one quiet truth remained. There is nothing wrong with this moment. In the final part of this story, this insight will settle even more deeply, showing how mindfulness continues long after waiting ends. The bus moved steadily through the city. Streetlights passed like slow golden breaths. Lynn remained by the window, her reflection faint in the glass, her eyes half closed. She wasn't asleep yet, but she wasn't thinking either. Her body swayed gently with each turn of the road. She noticed how different this ride felt from all the others she had taken. Usually, she filled the time, messages, news, distractions, anything to avoid the emptiness of waiting. But now, there was no emptiness. Only movement, only breath, only the quiet presence of being carried. She felt the rise and fall of her chest, in, out, nothing to add, nothing to remove. The Buddha taught that mindfulness is not something we turn on and off. It is something that reveals itself when we stop turning away. Lynn realized that waiting had followed her everywhere, in traffic, in conversations, in moments of uncertainty, and each time she had tried to escape it. Now, she saw that waiting was simply another form of living, another place where peace could rest. The bus slowed as it approached her stop. Lynn opened her eyes fully. She stood when the bus came to a halt and stepped down onto the sidewalk. The night air was cool and calm. She walked slowly, not rushing, not lingering, just walking. Each step felt grounded, present. As she reached her building, she paused for a moment before going inside. She looked up at the sky. A few stars were visible, faint but steady. They had been there all along, unmoved by her impatience, unchanged by her awareness. And yet, now she noticed them. She smiled softly. Lynn understood that mindfulness did not remove difficulty. The bus had still been late. The day had still been long, but the suffering had softened. Not because the world changed, but because her resistance had eased. This was the quiet lesson of waiting. That time does not need to be filled. That moments do not need to be improved. That peace is not something we arrive at later. It is something we allow now. Lynn entered her building and walked up the stairs. When she lay down that night, sleep came easily, not forced, not chased, just welcomed. Her last conscious thought was gentle and simple. This moment is enough. As you rest here, listening, you may begin to feel how the body naturally settles when the mind stops rushing ahead, waiting, listening, letting go. These are not separate practices. They are different doors into the same stillness. In the next story, we will explore another everyday experience. A moment of loss. Not a great tragedy, but a small disappointment that many of us know well. And through it, the Buddha's teaching on impermanence will unfold quietly, like leaves falling without resistance. For now, remain where you are. Let the breath continue on its own. And when you are ready, we will gently begin Story 4. The missing photograph. It happened on a quiet afternoon. Nothing dramatic, nothing sudden. Just a small moment that almost went unnoticed. Mai was cleaning her apartment, slowly, without urgency. She moved from room to room, placing things back where they belonged, or where she thought they belonged. On the shelf near the window sat a small wooden box. She hadn't opened it in a long time, not because it was important, but because it wasn't. At least, that's what she believed. She lifted the lid and looked inside. Old letters, a ticket stub, a dried flower pressed between pages of a notebook, and a photograph. Mai picked it up. It was faded around the edges. In the photo, she was younger, standing beside someone she no longer saw. Both of them smiling. Not posed. Just caught in a moment that didn't know it would one day be remembered. Mai felt a familiar tightening in her chest. Not pain exactly, something softer, something heavier. She placed the photo on the table and continued cleaning. A few minutes later, when she returned, the photograph was gone. At first, she thought she had moved it. She checked the box again. Nothing. She looked on the counter, on the shelf, on the floor. The photo wasn't there. A small wave of unease rose inside her. She retraced her steps. She checked the trash. Her breath grew shallow. It must be here. Just had it. Minutes passed. then more. The apartment, once calm, now felt unsettled. Mai sat down on the floor. The realization arrived quietly. The photograph was gone, thrown away, lost, disappeared. A strange ache filled her chest. She hadn't looked at that photo in years. She hadn't missed it, and yet, now that it was gone, its absence felt loud. Mai noticed how the mind works, how it reaches for what it no longer has, how it tightens around memory, how loss doesn't always come from love, but from attachment to what once was. In Buddhism, impermanence is not taught as an idea. It is taught through moments like this. Small losses, unplanned endings, things slipping away when we are not paying attention. Mai closed her eyes. She felt the ache fully. She didn't push it away. She didn't tell herself to be strong. She simply allowed the feeling to be there. The Buddha taught that everything conditioned will change. Not as punishment, not as failure, but as nature. Photographs fade, objects disappear, moments pass, and the suffering comes not from change itself, but from the wish that something would stay the same. Mai breathed in slowly. She remembered the day the photo was taken, not clearly, just a sense of warmth, a feeling. She realized something gently. The memory was still with her. The feeling had not been thrown away. Only the form had changed. She stood up and opened the window. Light entered the room. Dust moved slowly in the air. Life continued. In the next part of this story, Mai will sit quietly with this loss, and through stillness, she will begin to see how impermanence does not take everything away. Sometimes it simply teaches us how to hold things more lightly. Mai remained by the open window. The air was gentle, not warm, not cold, just moving. She leaned her forehead lightly against the glass and watched the street below. People passed. Cars moved. Life did not pause for her small loss. And strangely, that made the ache feel softer. She thought again about the photograph, how ordinary it had been while it was there, how heavy it felt now that it was gone. The Buddha taught that the mind creates value through attachment. What we cling to grows large. What we ignore becomes invisible. Mai realized how many things she had taken for granted, not just objects, moments, people, versions of herself. She sat down on the cushion near the window and closed her eyes. She didn't meditate formally. She just sat, breathing, feeling. The ache in her chest was still there, but it had changed. It no longer felt sharp. It felt honest. In Buddhism, allowing grief, even for small things, is a form of wisdom. It is how we stop fighting impermanence. Mai remembered the person in the photo, not the details, just the presence. The way time felt then. She smiled faintly. There was no desire to go back, only a quiet appreciation that it had happened at all. The Buddha once said that clinging to what is impermanent is like holding water in an open hand. The tighter we grip, the faster it slips away. Mai opened her palm and rested it on her knee. She imagined the photograph there, then imagined letting it go, not dramatically, just allowing it to not be there anymore. She noticed her breath again, steady, unforced. With each exhale, the story around the loss softened. She wasn't losing the past. The past had already passed. She was losing an object that pointed to it, and even that loss was part of life's natural movement. Outside, the light shifted slightly. Afternoon becoming evening. Mai stood and returned to cleaning. But now she moved differently, slower, more attentive. As she placed items back on the shelf, she noticed them more clearly. Their textures, their weight, their temporary presence. She realized how impermanence can be gentle when we stop resisting it. Not everything needs to stay. Not everything needs to be kept. Some things come into our lives simply to pass through. As the apartment slowly returned to order, Mai felt calm. Not because she had found the photograph, but because she had found acceptance. In the next part of this story, a simple act before bedtime will quietly complete this lesson, showing how impermanence can become a doorway to gratitude and rest. That night, the apartment was quiet again. The kind of quiet that feels earned. Mai finished preparing for bed and turned off the lights, leaving only a small lamp glowing softly in the corner of the room. She sat on the edge of the bed for a moment before lying down. Her body felt tired, but not heavy. Her mind felt clear, but not alert. She reached for a notebook on the bedside table. Inside were a few blank pages and some scattered notes. Nothing organized, nothing important. She picked up a pen and paused. Then she wrote a single sentence. I remember the warmth. That was all. She didn't describe the photograph. She didn't describe the person. She didn't try to preserve anything perfectly. She simply acknowledged what remained, the feeling. She closed the notebook and placed it back on the table. As she lay down, she felt something settle inside her, a gentle understanding. Impermanence does not mean that everything disappears. It means that everything changes form. Objects vanish, moments pass, but experience leaves an imprint. The Buddha taught that when we stop clinging to forms, we begin to touch what cannot be lost. Mai rested her hand on her chest. She felt the steady rhythm of her breath. In, out. Nothing missing in this moment, nothing incomplete. She realized that the photograph had done its work long ago. It had reminded her of connection, of warmth, of being alive in a moment that mattered. Now, it was no longer needed, and that was okay. As sleep approached, Mai felt gratitude arise naturally, not for what she still had, but for what had been given and allowed to pass. Gratitude without grasping. This was the quiet gift of impermanence. Not sadness, not loss, but lightness. Her breath slowed, her thoughts softened, and as she drifted into sleep, one gentle truth remained, like a lullaby whispered by life itself. Nothing needs to stay forever to have been meaningful. As you rest here, listening, you may notice how the body relaxes when the mind stops holding so tightly. Letting go, listening, waiting, accepting change. Each story has been pointing to the same quiet place. In the final story, we will explore something very simple. A small act of kindness, so ordinary it is often overlooked. And through it, the Buddha's teaching on compassion and interconnectedness will gently unfold, bringing us toward a soft and peaceful ending. For now, stay with your breath. Let the body sink, and when you are ready, we will begin Story 5. The small kindness that went unnoticed. It was raining that evening. Not heavily, just enough to soften the air and slow everything down. And sat on the bus, holding a small paper bag on her lap. Inside was dinner she had picked up on the way home. Nothing special, something warm, something simple. The bus was nearly full. People sat quietly, each wrapped in their own tiredness. Raindrops traced slow paths down the windows, blurring the city lights into gentle streaks. And leaned her head back and closed her eyes. She wasn't thinking about anything important, just letting the day fade. At the next stop, an elderly man boarded the bus. He moved slowly, carefully, as if each step required negotiation with his body. The bus jerked forward slightly, and he reached for a pole, his hand trembling. Most people noticed him. Few moved, not out of cruelty, just exhaustion, and opened her eyes and saw him standing near her seat. For a moment, she hesitated. Her legs were tired, her back ached. She had been standing all day. That hesitation was small, almost invisible. And then she stood up. "Please," she said softly, gesturing to the seat. The man looked at her, surprised. "Oh, thank you," he said, his voice quiet. He sat down slowly, exhaling as if relieved of more than just the effort of standing, and moved to stand near the door, holding onto a strap. The bus continued on. Nothing dramatic happened. No one applauded. No one said anything. And yet, something subtle shifted. The space around Anne felt warmer, not physically, internally. She noticed her breath slow. Her shoulders relaxed. The tiredness in her body did not disappear, but it felt lighter. In Buddhism, compassion is not always a grand gesture. It is often something very small, something so ordinary that the mind almost dismisses it. But the Buddha taught that no act of kindness is ever isolated. It moves, it ripples, even when we don't see it. The elderly man sat quietly, hands folded on his cane. He looked ahead, but his face was peaceful, and wondered briefly about his life, where he was going, who he was going home to. Then she let the thoughts pass. She didn't need to know. The kindness had already happened. It did not need a story. As the bus rocked gently through the rain, Anne felt something she hadn't expected. Connection. Not emotional, not personal. Just a quiet sense of belonging to the same moment, the same movement. She realized how rarely she noticed these moments, how often kindness passed through her day unnoticed, given or received, and how these moments, though small, shape the texture of her inner world. The bus slowed. A few people got off. A few more boarded. Life continued. In the next part of this story, a simple exchange after the bus ride will quietly deepen this lesson, revealing how compassion flows not from effort, but from seeing ourselves in others. The bus came to a gentle stop. Anne stepped off into the cool evening air. The rain had softened into a fine mist. Streetlights glowed warmly, reflected on the wet pavement. She pulled her jacket a little closer and began walking toward her apartment. Her steps were unhurried. There was no rush now. Behind her, the elderly man stepped down from the bus as well. He moved slowly, carefully, as before, and noticed him without turning fully. She matched her pace unconsciously, staying nearby. At the corner, he paused. She paused too. They stood there for a moment, listening to the rain. Then he spoke. "You have a kind heart," he said softly, and turned, surprised. She smiled. "It was nothing," she replied, "and she meant it." He nodded. "Still," he said, "kindness always matters." They stood together for a few more seconds. Not talking, not awkward, just sharing the quiet. Then he tipped his head slightly and walked in the opposite direction, and watched him go until his figure blended into the mist. She felt no pride, no sense of having done something special, only a gentle warmth, steady and calm. In Buddhism, this is called natural compassion. Compassion that arises not from obligation, not from moral pressure, but from seeing another's vulnerability and responding without calculation. And continued walking. She noticed how open her chest felt, how her breath moved freely. She thought about how often she waited for the right moment to be kind, when she had more energy, when she had more time. But this kindness had required neither, just awareness. The Buddha taught that when we see clearly, compassion flows naturally. No effort needed, no reward expected. As Anne reached her building, she felt a quiet gratitude for the ordinariness of the moment. Nothing had changed in her life. The same apartment, the same routine, and yet something felt different. Not larger, not brighter, just softer. Inside her apartment, she set the paper bag on the table and changed into comfortable clothes. She ate slowly, tasting the warmth of the food. She thought about how many small kindnesses she had received without noticing. A door held open, a smile, a pause. She wondered how many times she herself had been someone else's quiet relief. The thought didn't inflate her, it humbled her. We are all carrying something, the Buddha taught. And when we see this, we naturally tread more gently. As Anne prepared for bed, she felt ready for rest. Not because the day had been easy, but because it had been human. In the final part of this story, this simple understanding will settle deeply, revealing how compassion, when allowed to be small, becomes a source of peace. Later that night, the rain had stopped, and lay in bed, the window slightly open, letting cool air move gently through the room. The city sounded distant now, soft, unimportant. She rested one hand on her stomach and felt her breath rise and fall. Her body was tired, but it was a peaceful tiredness, the kind that comes not from exhaustion, but from having lived the day fully, ending it without resistance. Her mind drifted back to the bus, not the faces, not the rain, just the feeling. That quiet moment of standing up, offering a seat, nothing more. She noticed how different this memory felt from others. There was no tension in it, no replaying, no wondering if she had done the right thing. It was complete. In Buddhism, compassion is said to purify the heart, not because it helps others, but because it releases the self. When Anne stood up on the bus, for a brief moment, she was not thinking about herself, not her tired legs, not her long day, just the person in front of her. And in that moment, her mind rested. She realized something gently. Kindness had not added anything to her day. It had taken something away. The tightness, the isolation, the quiet sense of separation we carry without noticing. She thought about how often she searched for peace and comfort, in rest, in silence, in being alone. But tonight showed her another path. Peace through connection. Not dramatic connection. Not emotional stories. Just simple recognition. Someone else is here. Someone else is tired. Someone else needs something small. And I can respond. The Buddha taught that we are not separate islands. We arise together. We rest together, even when we do not speak. And felt her breath slow further. Her body sank into the mattress. Thoughts came and went like distant echoes. She no longer followed them. She simply listened to the rhythm of breathing, in, out, nothing to hold, nothing to prove, nothing to improve. Just this quiet awareness. As sleep approached, a final understanding settled softly within her. Every small kindness is a thread, and together, these threads quietly hold the world. Her breathing deepened. The space between thoughts widened, and gently, without effort, Anne drifted into sleep. As you rest here, listening, you may feel how the body naturally softens when the heart feels safe. Clinging has loosened. Listening has opened. Waiting has softened. Letting go has lightened the mind. Kindness has warmed what remains. All 5 stories have been ordinary, and yet each one carries the same quiet teaching the Buddha offered long ago. Awakening is not found far away. It is found in how we meet this moment. Now, let us allow everything to settle. In the final part, we will gently gather these teachings together and guide the mind toward deep, natural sleep. Now, as these stories gently fade, there is nothing more you need to understand, nothing more you need to remember. The mind does not have to hold on to the lessons. They have already settled, quietly, naturally, like dust falling after a long day. Tonight, we have not spoken about the Dharma as something distant or abstract. We have seen it in a cup of coffee, in a conversation at home, in waiting for a bus, in losing something small, in offering a seat without being noticed. This is how the Buddha taught, not by asking us to become different people, but by inviting us to see clearly what is already happening. Clinging tightens the body. Listening softens the heart. Waiting reveals the present moment. Impermanence lightens our grip. Kindness dissolves the sense of separation. None of these require effort. They require noticing. So now, allow yourself to rest. If you are lying down, feel the weight of your body being fully supported. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. The bed is holding you. The ground beneath is steady. The night is quiet. Bring your attention gently to your breath, not to change it, not to slow it down, just to feel it. Breathing in, breathing out. If thoughts appear, let them come. If they fade, let them go. You do not need to follow them. They are like stories told by the mind, and tonight they can rest too. Notice how the body already knows how to sleep, how it softens when nothing is demanded of it. The Buddha taught that peace is our natural state when we stop interfering. So, stop trying. Stop fixing. Stop reaching. There is nowhere else to go. Nothing else to become. Just this gentle moment of being alive, allowed to rest. You may notice warmth in your chest, or heaviness in your limbs, or a sense of drifting. All of this is welcome. All of this is natural. Let your jaw relax. Let your tongue rest. Let your forehead smooth. With each exhale, sink a little deeper, as if the day is dissolving out of you. All the small efforts, all the holding, all the quiet struggles. You can set them down now. Tomorrow does not need you yet. Tonight belongs to rest. May you sleep peacefully. May your mind be light. May your heart be at ease. And if you wake in the night, remember this: nothing needs to be different for peace to be here. Good night. Sleep well.